Play. Check. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, we got audio. Check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right.
Good morning. Today is May 28th, and it is 9:35. This is the Budget and Public Employees Committee. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Sanier.
Present.
Alderman Browning.
Present.
Alderwoman Velasquez. Alderman Devoti. Chair Aldrich.
Present.
Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Velasquez. We have 4 present. We have quorum.
With that, we have established a quorum. We have no approval of the minutes. Item number 4 is Board Bill for review, which we will be reviewing Board Bill number 1. Today, for resolutions for review, we have any, and committee discussions. Today, we will hear from the airport. We will hear from Planning and Urban Design, Community Development Agency. We'll take a break in there because today's going to be a little long one. And then we will also hear from SLDC. I do want to thank the airport for coming back today in front of the Budget Committee. Last time we had a little internet connection, and also appreciate the airport director and her team being flexible, understanding that the Board of Aldermen will be going into our board meeting at 10 o'clock. She stated you could be here roughly to about 11:30? Okay. So we want to just get started and be very efficient so we can hear the budget from the airport, also not knowing how long the board will go, but it should be short. At the same time, I've been told that today is a special day for the airport. And I want to say it's a special day maybe for the director. Rumor has it that it is the director's birthday. So on behalf of the Budget Committee, we have a little birthday cake that we will be having over in the corner. And as a small appreciation and token just for all the great work that you do for our airport and another year around the sun, we wanted to wish you a happy birthday and have a little celebration in the. With that, Madam Director, you can come on up and proceed with your budget. No, you just press a little button on top if you want to state your name, your position, and who's with you, and you can proceed.
Good morning, Chairman, and thank you. My name is Rhonda Ham-Niebrigi, and I'm the Airport Director. Joining me today is also Antonio Strong, who is our Deputy Director for Finance and Administration. You know, this is a very critical year for us as we thought about putting this budget together. I think everyone's well aware that we are in the design phase of our new potential consolidated terminal. We have to seek the approval of the airlines as we get to 90% design. So one of the most critical features is that they realize that we are fiscally responsible and that we take pride in putting together a budget that we know the costs have been rising, but we also look for the revenue opportunities and anywhere we can to ensure that we can save dollars. So we put this budget together with that in mind. The whole team was very conscious of the asks that we have on the table of our airline partners to support moving our project forward and recognizing the fiscal responsibility. So as we put this together, we did present this to our airlines last month. They were very pleased with the overall budget. We're proud to present it to you today. After Antonio presents it, both of us will be available for any questions that you may have. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Antonio Strong for the presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Aldridge and Budget and Public Employees Committee. We do have a presentation for you. You have printed copies in front of you.
Mr. Strong, could you go ahead and introduce yourself?
Oh, I'm sorry. Good morning. My name is Antonio Strong, Deputy Director of Finance Administration for the St. Louis Land.
And you're a tall man, so if you have to adjust the mic, or you could take it off, there's at the little bottom. There's a little twisty thing where you can pull it up, or you could just take it off.
Yeah, I'll just take it off. There we go. All right, much better. Okay, so yeah, we do have our presentations. If you want to go to the next slide, we'll start with our sources of revenue. So as an enterprise fund for the city of St. Louis, we derive our revenue from the users of the airport. Majority of the revenue come from our signatory airlines. So the first 3 lines of our revenue forecast for fiscal year 26 The first three lines represent the airline revenue that we anticipate to receive from our airlines. The budget for fiscal year 26, that's the result of more than a year of negotiations with the airlines and forecasting the employment growth and the revenues that we anticipate from the airlines. So that's more than a year of forecasting and working with the airlines to develop that budget for fiscal year 26 for the first three lines. The next line underneath that is rents other. That is typically ancillary rent from other sources. Majority of that is from a new lease that we have with Boeing, where they're expanding the St. Louis facilities for defense-related aircraft assembly and flight testing. So if you're anywhere near the airport at Highway 170 and 70, you can see that structure that they are building right now for that lease that they received from the airport. We do also anticipate a redevelopment of an area north of our airport, which is the West Carrollton area. So it's 315 acres near Highway 270 and St. Charles Rock Road. We did release an RFP earlier this year. We will release that RFP again mid-year for that. And we do anticipate some revenue growth from that. The next few lines are just from utilities and charges. We do charge back our tenants for use of our airport when it comes to utilities. We do anticipate about a 6.3% increase there due to rising rates in utilities. Concession growth, we do have some new concessions. If you're walking through Terminal 2, you will see that we have opened some new concessions. We opened up a new Four Hands Peacemaker Grill this year. We opened a new Shake Shack, and we do have new concessions that will be opening around the beginning of the fiscal year. Payway, Asian-inspired food option, new Midtown Cafe is opening in Terminal 2 and Concourse A. And we opened up a new NASCAR-inspired restaurant in June of 2024 on Concourse A. So we do anticipate a full year of revenue from that restaurant this year. So that's why we do anticipate a 10% growth in our concession revenues this year. The next larger item is parking. Parking, we did have a parking rate increase that became effective April 1. With that increase, we do anticipate an 8.3% increase over the prior year. Overall, we do anticipate total airport revenues of $253.2 million for the year. Next slide. This slide just shows you when you look at our O&M budget. Our O&M budget, we're looking at our increases from the prior year, fiscal year 25 budget. Those increases, when you look at O&M, 5.7% increase over the prior year. Debt service, a 12.1% increase over the prior year. So our grand total of O&M and debt expenses is 7.8%. We do anticipate a total budget of $247 million. You do have a kind of a larger sheet, legal size that shows you the more detail of what's behind these numbers. When you go back, I'm gonna go back up to O&M. Our O&M expenses are estimated to be $162.9 million. Our debt service, $84.9 million for the year, which ends up with a $247 million budget for the year. Next slide. So what I've done in the remaining part of this presentation is I just kind of highlighted anything that was a 10% or more increase over the prior year, or a 10% or less decrease from the prior year. And I kind of highlighted, well, why are we increasing? What are the causes for the increases? I will not hit on everything because it is written out here in front of you, but I'll just touch on a few items on each page. For the first item, which is our overtime rate. So our vacancy rate at the airport, it was really almost towards 38 to 40%. It has come down quite a bit. We're at about 20%, 23% vacancy rate. However, we still need to cover areas in the airport, and so that coverage is done with overtime, and that's why we do anticipate an increase over the prior year until we fulfill that vacancy rate and we get it close to zero if ever possible. I'm gonna move down to, in the middle of the page, we have what's called a salary savings reduction. So because we have a vacancy throughout the year and we're never fully at our fully authorized number of positions, which is 521 positions for the year, we started this last year. We put in a vacancy rate factor because we never at that 521. So this year, we did decrease that vacancy rate factor because, as I mentioned, we were at close to 40%. Now we're at 23%. So last year we had a vacancy rate factor of 5.3. We did decrease that to 3 million. So that's why you see a 44.4% decrease due to us getting more people on board. Lastly, health material and supplies. You see a 25% increase in that area, and so that is just due to inflation. So inflation has caused an increase in material costs for various products that we purchase for health materials and supplies. Next page. On this slide, I would just highlight at the top, we have a 37.5% decrease in our fleet rental leases. In the prior year, we had to lease mowing tractors because several of our tractors broke or were kind of obsolete. We did purchase those new mowing tractors during fiscal year 25, so it decreased our need to rent tractors in fiscal year 26. So we have a 37.5% decrease in that area. Computer equipment, that is also a decrease. We replaced computer equipment in a plotter last year, and we're not required to purchase that equipment again in fiscal year 26. I'm gonna drop down to the last item, environmental capital assets. We have a 277.8% increase, which is basically 170,000 from a 45,000 last year. We need to add a second discharge line for a glycol tank. That is based upon a professional contractor recommendation. Next slide. On this page, I'll just highlight at the top, computer contractual services. We do have a 13.9% increase. That is due to increasing costs for contractual software licensing. For new systems or renewals, we do have some new systems coming on board. One of them is eBuilder, and some other systems that we just have renewals, but the licensing agreements have increased due to inflation. Adobe and Meltwater licenses are increasing this year. Also, we're increasing our purchase of software to protect against cyber attacks, and also adding more multi-factor authentication to prevent cyber attacks at the airport. And I'll drop down to the last item where there's a 43% increase. There are two major departments that have those increases. One is environment, safety, and fire. That is due to an increase to cleaning out our fire trucks due to new regulations. Building maintenance, we have new sewer and storm drainage contract, and that the costs are increasing in the first year of the contract. Next slide. And the first item, professional services. There are several reasons why we're decreasing in that area. One of them, the number one reason, is in our engineering area. So we did take on a new contract for executive program management services. That was to augment staffing for our proposed new consolidated terminal project. Those contractual costs were previously included in our O&M budget. That will now be included in debt service in the future. So we have taken out debt service to help pay for that contract. And then you see below that, we have several increases, but that decrease of 2.4 million helps offset any of those increases in those other departments. And I'll drop down to the last item, administrative fees, 75.63% increase. That increase is due to investment management fees. When we issue bonds, we do need to take on investment managers for those bonds. So as we issue more bonds, we will see investment management fees increase also. Next slide. So that is it for our O&M budget part of the presentation. I'm just going to move on to some of the other highlights. For our number of positions, this slide just shows you where the airport has been from fiscal year 11 until fiscal year 26. We've really taken a hard look at our number of positions over the years, and we have been able to decrease our number of positions from a high of 582 positions in fiscal year 11 until what we're budgeting for fiscal year 26 of 520 positions for fiscal year 26. So that's something that the airport has taken a hard look at every single year, and we do believe we're right at the right level of 520 budgeted positions for fiscal year 26. Next slide. This slide just shows you our debt service for the airport. Right now, we have outstanding debt of $733 million. Our debt is not paid by the citizens of St. Louis. This debt is paid by the airlines who work at the airport. So our airlines are the ones who pay for this debt that we take on for new capital projects. We recently had a new bond issue in 2024 that the airlines approved as we move towards a possible new consolidated terminal project. We also did close on a new revolving line of credit with PNC Bank of $225 million. That also was approved by the airlines as we move forward with our consolidated terminal project. To keep the projects moving along, we thought that a revolving line of credit would probably be the best way to keep projects moving along because it takes approximately 6 to 7 months to issue bonds. So in the meantime, to keep our projects moving along and moving towards the goal of a consolidated terminal project, we did take out a $225 million revolving line of credit with PNC Bank. Next slide. This slide just shows you our debt service over the years. We were at kind of a high of 220 in 2025 of about 73 million. It's down to about 64 million 2026. And it just moves up a little bit in 2030, 2031. But after that, it gradually just moves all the way down to very low debt service in 2054. So, as you look at this chart and as we think about a new consolidated terminal project, you can see with the decreasing line of debt service that we do have the ability to take on additional debt for the building of a new consolidated terminal project, which again, this debt is paid for by the airlines. And the last slide is just kind of the budget timeline. We did meet with the airlines on March 11 to share this budget with them, which they were pleased with. We met with the Airport Commission, where they voted on the budget. And then it was presented at the Board of E&A with the entire city budget. And now we're meeting with you guys. I know that was the previous date. And what we do is once the budget is approved, we actually put that into our rates and charges to the airlines, which helps us pay for our fees at the airlines and pay for the O&M at the airport. Then we just look for a Board of Alderman approval, and fiscal year 26 begins July 1. That is it for my presentation. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Strong. At this time, I think we're going to hold questions until after we get our full board meeting over with. I don't anticipate the meeting will take too long, but we will have to recess and then come back at the conclusion of that meeting. I'm going to go ahead and estimate that'll be around 10:30, but let's see how much debate we have. So we appreciate you being flexible and really appreciate your presentation and detailed slides as well. So I will accept a motion to recess until 10:30 a.m. Okay, hearing no objection, we're going to recess until 10:30 a.m. and we'll come back here and resume then. Thank you. Now resume the Budget and Public Employees meeting. We were just finished with the airport's presentation, very detailed and good presentation. We appreciate them being here. Always appreciate their contribution to our city. We are now at the questions phase of that, and I will go ahead and go through the committee and those who are present, and we're going to be filtering in here because we just had to do a full board meeting for some emergency legislation. So we're all kind of trying to find our way back to this room. But I'll start with Alderwoman Velazquez. Any questions for the report?
No questions, but happy birthday.
Thank you.
Yeah, we have several birthdays today. It's also Alderwoman Velazquez's birthday. So we're very excited to wish everyone a happy birthday. And I also don't have any questions. I just want to say that we really are forward to the upgrades that are occurring at the airport. This is a place that brings a lot of revenue into our city. It is a huge economic contributor to our city, and the consolidated terminal project, along with the construction of some more buildings that will bring jobs to our region, is all going to be very crucial going forward. So we appreciate your stewardship. Running that airport is like running a small city, and you do such an excellent job. We really see the progress there, and so just want to extend my deep gratitude and congratulations to you as you make your way through upgrades. We understand this is an enormous task, but you're doing so with transparency, with a deep knowledge of the ins and outs of every single aspect. And so to both of you, I just want to say thank you so much for everything you're doing for our city. Because none of the other committee members have made it back here, and we want to let you get back to the good work you're doing, I'm going to go ahead and say that we're going to conclude this for now. We appreciate you sticking around, just in case anyone did have any questions. But if anyone has any follow-up, it'd be okay to reach out.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's what we'll do. Well, thank you so much for your time this morning.
Thank you.
And with that, we now have our Planning and Urban Design Agency. You're welcome to approach the mic. Please introduce yourself and your title.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for taking the time to have the emergency session this morning to do the pending legislation we have for tornado stuff. So this is the Planning and Urban Design Agency's meeting with you. I'm the Executive Director, Don Rowe, the Executive Director of the agency. I'd like my senior management to all raise their hands that are here. Why I say that is I'm going to say a few brief things, and then they'll come up one by one and do a couple pages, get you oriented. So PDA, Planning and Urban Design Agency, we know we're urban, and we were created in 1999 as a new freestanding official city agency to focus on planning for the future of the city of St. Louis. And if we could have the slides in the PowerPoint. While we're waiting, we'll wish Alderwoman Vasquez a happy birthday.
You know, it appears in our rush to get back here that we didn't have all the ducks in a row. It's okay.
Yes, sir.
We're very flexible, and we appreciate your patience.
Patience is what I'm so well known for.
This might give the rest of our committee a chance to make it back to this room.
They're planning joke here.
Hmm?
I said, is there a planning joke here?
Oh,
Seems like every day.
I should have one.
Our chair has made it back to the meeting, so I'm handing the chairmanship back to him as we work to get the presentation up on the screens.
Yes, in lieu of time, while we're getting the presentation up, I heard there are handouts. If maybe, Matt, could you get those handouts and then pass them out to the committee? And Mr. Rowe, if you want to get started, we will follow along and make sure that that's up on the drive for people following at home.
Okay. I have one. Matt?
Yeah, I didn't get a handshake as a chair, but I guess so. I'm just kidding. Matt's a great guy. So glad to have him at the board and a great addition to the budget. Again, if you just want to state your name and maybe state folks that are here behind you with you, and then proceed with your presentation.
All right, so front page, this is the budget overview for the planning.
If you could state your first and last name for the record.
And I'm John Rowe, the executive director of the agency. Behind me, they'll be coming up one by one to do some individual things, but I'd like them to raise their hand. These are the management staff at PDA. So with that, thank you. Do a little bit of just a budget overview, I'll do that, and then we'll give some examples of activities and initiatives with each member presenting. The overview of the agency is that PDA, and this is one of the early slides in the handout. PDA was created in 1999 as a new, it's about the fourth page in, as a new standalone agency with staff that was all civil servants. We pulled people from a variety of places, pulled people from CDA, we hired people, and we also, some people from SODC moved over and became civil service. PDA, our staff, supports the Planning Commission and the Preservation Board. Both of those are citizen majority commissions with legal authority, and both meet in the evening, because we do have public hearings that come along, and we do that at the evening time. We're really comprised of 5 divisions, as we say, and the key staff is here. Planning and Urban Design, the Cultural Resources Office, which is the Preservation Board, they staff, research, GIS and graphics, sustainability, and there's a portion of our work that also relates to transportation. Because these main activities include all these things: long-range city planning, neighborhood planning, urban design and revitalization, review and creation of redevelopment plans. There are more than one type of redevelopment plan in the city. The historic review, zoning code and map changes, maintaining the city's GIS resources, and mapping and other data and visualization. That maintaining city GIS resources is something that we do in partnership with ATF. Going on to the next page is really just our budget overview. And I want to point out a couple things. You can see some aspects of our budget's summary from previous years. We are, as I mentioned, staffing by civil servants. The personnel services is you can see what our budget is for the coming year. So all of our expenditures are either in relationship to our operation and paying staff, our use of our facilities, rents, and things of that nature, computer services, that type of thing. Anything else, meaning outside services, we go through the procurement process of the city and E&A. So that's an important thing I'll make mention, because you can see there are some other funds that we get. We get city general revenue funds. We get funds from the block grant. So general revenue funds are in the fiscal year that's just starting. Block grant is in the calendar year for the fiscal year. We get EcoDevo sales tax money, also for the fiscal year. And as I said, we get the general revenue funding for you. It's important to just note that in this past year, we did receive some money from the Missouri Department of Conservation for some of the work that we do related to stormwater and flood control, or flood mitigation in areas that we have some vacancy that can help with that. And we received and used money in the ARPA funding for some of our sustainability work and for the zoning upgrade that you will hear about. If we flip the page, but before we do, I want to make one note about the EcoDevo sales tax. As you know, there is a standalone committee that is sort of does the public hearing and evaluation of EcoDevo requests. I will tell you, it's been an up and down road over many years. When we first started, our block grant budget alone was $2.5 million. You can see that that's substantially down. EcoDevo, boy, during the COVID period was an interesting thing to have these meetings with the EcoDevo Commission and deal with surplus or carryover and new sales tax. So we do get EcoDevo money. We're much appreciative of it. It's used for primarily neighborhood planning and some general planning type things. But the one portion of the EcoDevo sales tax that I'll just bring up that comes to planning and urban design, I mentioned we go to staff, support staff, and consultants. There's one portion of it, and it's an amount of $530,000 this year that comes through us, and we pass it on to SODC. So if there's something that's fungible, I hope in the next year when we meet with EcoDevo at the start of the next calendar year, that that 530 would be able to be more available to us than to SODC. Going to the next page is just a simple staff review of our budget. We're humble. As I mentioned, the folks behind me are all management level. Their teams are not particularly large, as you can see. We have one of the vacancies for this year is at the city planning executive level. That's our senior level person, and we're having that in anticipation of promoting somebody. There's a deputy director position that is vacant. Actually, technically, I'm on leave from that. City planning 3 classification, and a researcher. Those are our 4 vacancies. So obviously, we're going to move along such that we can answer questions. But what I'd like to do now is ask the lead person in some of our activities come up and give a little background to you. So that will be Miriam Keller that will come up. And Miriam, state your name and do your stuff.
All right, good morning, everybody. My name is Miriam Keller, City Planning Executive for General Planning and Design at the Planning and Urban Design Agency. I'll be very brief, a feature of some of the activities that are recently completed by the General Planning Division and some of what's upcoming. So last year and this year, the big initiative was kind of the complete update of the strategic land use plan, which is a core element of the city's comprehensive plan, kind of a constitution, if you will, for how we guide land use policy like zoning, both kind of proactive zoning policy and things that sort of come across our desks for review at the Planning Commission, like rezonings and redevelopment plans. So a lot of engagement. It was really quite a bit of fun, and we got a lot of diverse perspectives from people all across the city. And I know several members of this committee were present for some of those sessions. Next slide. This plan was formally adopted by the Planning Commission in February of this year. It's a meaty thing and includes both kind of this very generalized long-range land use map that you can see, right, with an indication of what each of these kind of place types or land use designations is calling for, generally what we're going for with development and land use in different parts of our cities. And the document itself also outlines many recommended strategies related to zoning, but many, many other things. It also fully describes the process and some of the analysis of challenges in the city. Next slide, please. The big sort of in progress or upcoming initiative of this office is, and the General Planning Design Office, is the zoning upgrade, so a comprehensive reworking of the city's zoning code and zoning map. We're doing this in very close partnership with the zoning section of the building division, the team that does now and will actually administer the zoning code. They have a lot of very detailed knowledge and expertise that will be critical to this process. We're on a little bit of an engagement pause in this work in light of the tornadoes and the need to sort of shift some focus and in some ways rethink how we engage in this process, because we really need to make sure that everybody in the city has a voice in this process. So that's kind of the major feature of coming attractions. We also, and this is actually not reflected in the budget request, but just for this committee's knowledge, the city was awarded a roughly $7 million competitive grant from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development for a number of activities to reduce barriers to housing. Some of that will support the zoning work, but also the development of pre-approved housing plans to kind of accelerate the creation of attainable housing in the city, mapping and kind of pain point identification of the development process holistically, and several other activities at PDA, work of cultural resources, as well as CDA and SLDC. So with that, I will turn it over to Scott Ogilvie.
Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Scott Ogilvie, Program Manager for Complete Streets in the Planning and Urban Design Agency. And I too am just going to briefly touch on some major initiatives at the moment. First is the Transportation and Mobility Plan. We as a city have not had a citywide transportation plan for several decades. And the purpose of this plan is to establish the values and goals for transportation and mobility in the city of St. Louis and to provide a basis for decision-making around capital budgets, projects, and policies in the future. So this project began last year in 2024. We've progressed a significant way through the planning process and are anticipating completing the plan and having it adopted by the Planning Commission as an element of the city's comprehensive plan this fall. The primary themes of the plan, as identified through interactions with over 2,000 residents in the planning process, are safety, connectivity, and maintenance and operations. And one important goal in the safety action plan element is a commitment to a 50% reduction in serious injuries and fatalities on our streets by 2050. We can go to the next slide. On the left on this slide, you'll see the cover page of an annual report we completed last month. So this is the first annual Complete Streets report. This report is a new feature of the current Complete Streets Ordinance, which was updated last year. In the future, when the Transportation and Mobility Plan is finished and adopted, this report will document implementation of the TMP over time. So we'll have a way of tracking investments, policies, improvements year to year. And then, one of my roles is, or one of the focuses of my role is supporting with Streets Department and the Board of Public Service transportation policy project design, including active transportation, transit. And we as a city and our city partners have tons of really significant, interesting projects currently funded. We've got, if we were able to zoom in on that map on the right side, we've got about 24 funded projects currently across the city, which feature some form of new bike facility or greenway amenity. This is a full range of projects from major investments like Brickline Greenway, which we currently see under construction on Market Street, to lighter touch projects that the city is managing. Combined, these projects will total about 25 miles of new bikeways, significantly advancing the goal of safely connecting parks and other major destinations across the city. And this number doesn't count planning for other projects that will come later on, or other types of street and roadway projects. Altogether, we as a city and partner agencies continue to have over $300 million in funded transportation projects in various stages of planning and moving into construction. We can go to the next slide. So, Sustainability Director Elijah Russell, due to unforeseen circumstances, couldn't be here this morning, but I think Miriam is going to discuss the next couple slides. Thank you.
Yeah, very briefly, Elijah Russell, the city's sustainability director within the Planning and Urban Design Agency, is leading a lot of work, including this major project to kind of comprehensively update the city's sustainability plan. This is building on the initial sustainability plan adopted in 2013 and the subsequent 2017 Climate Action Plan. This current effort includes an updated greenhouse gas inventory to see how we're doing, and identifying kind of key areas for progress. And this plan will be very focused on kind of very actionable, targeted recommendations for how we can both reduce our climate impact as a city, as well as invest in our own resilience to the changing climate that, of course, we're very presently aware of and struggling with right now. Next slide. Another very large and important part of Elijah's work is just constant collaboration and support on sustainability issues with departments across the city. So this is just a sampling, really, of her work in those partnerships, but work with the building division around the BEP standards, the building performance standards, work with BPS equipment services, refuse, trying to support better waste management, CDA around their sort of green infrastructure and watershed planning that is being funded by disaster recovery money from the 2022 floods, with SLDC trying to guide the use of incentives to achieve sustainable development outcomes, with forestry on urban tree canopy issues, with SEMA and others involved in disaster preparedness and emergency response, and with the city innovation team funded by Bloomberg and housed out of PDA, supporting issues at the intersection of racial justice and closing the wealth gap and climate resilience. So with that, I'll hand it to Jonathan Roper.
Good morning, Chair Aldridge, and happy birthday, Alderwoman Velasquez. I am Jonathan Roper, City Planning Executive with the Neighborhood Planning for the Planning and Urban Design Agency. And neighborhood planning, the role is to provide guidance and direction for neighborhood development. So for now residents and kind of the community members, business members can leverage planners and our resources to develop plans around topics of housing, economic development, transportation mobility, arts, culture, community, sustainability, and other design elements, working with the plans that you see, the overarching city strategic land use plan, transportation mobility plan, and sustainability plan. Prior to this launch, really in 2024, last year, with Plan Areas 1 through 3, neighborhoods were really funding through their own efforts or in efforts with different city agencies, neighborhood planning. So this now is a shift where this is paid for through the economic development budget. And so neighborhoods and communities can actually shift their funding to other priorities and implementation. This is where we are today. So in the Planning Commission with the City of St. Louis has identified 33 neighborhoods out of the 79 for these neighborhood planning resources, and we're adding more and more each year. Currently, we are active in the 14 different neighborhoods, starting with Project Connect with St. Louis Development Corporation as the lead, which will be wrapping up later this year. We have Plan Areas 1 through 3 next, and that's in total of 8 neighborhoods there, plus Project Connect is the 14. Currently, we are contracting with Plan Areas 4, 5, and 6. And the plan areas I mentioned earlier, they go from the Ville, Greaterville, the Baden to Penrose and Walnut Park. So as you're aware with the tornado and efforts, that this also neighborhood planning will take into those considerations as well while we plan. And the other area that we have next is Plan Area 7, which is in the southeast section of the city, where we are just starting to kind of strategize a plan of action for planning. And once the plans are finished, we look to not only partner, well, during the planning process, partner with different agencies, partners, even the Board of Aldermen with different items that we do together during the planning process. And then we look for different policy resources to make planning implementation happen. And with that, I'll give it over to Bob Bettis, our Director of Cultural Resources Office.
Hello, everybody. Again, I'm Bob Bettis. I'm the Director of the Cultural Resources Office. I've met some of you before, so nice to meet some of you I've not met before. So kind of in brief, our office is a bit different than the other people you've spoken with before. We are more regulatory. Folks can come to our office and get a permit if they need to, or permit review at least. So my department of 5 people has a wide jurisdiction across the city of St. Louis, and this map kind of outlines what we do and where we do it. The yellow areas in the map, the largest swath of the city is for demolition review. The kind of the pink and purple areas are where we do design review. And also the light pink is where we do additional design review for demolitions if it comes about. We also see things in city parks. So we're a crew of 5 with a wide area of review. So next slide, please. This is a kind of a breakdown of what we do. Generally, we see a lot of demolitions. This shows you the past few years of our review. But demolitions, We also do federal law review. If there's any kind of federal funding or federal permitting involved with other departments, we do review for those projects. And we also just do a lot of building review. As mentioned before, we have a staff of 5, which is 4 planners and an admin assistant. One person is here every day to help people get their permits faster. So we're really a customer service-based office trying to get people permits and help them with their historic district rules as fast as possible. Also not on here, we also deal with BPS reviews, and we also have to deal with complaints from the neighborhoods for the historic codes. So again, yeah, I think Don likes to say bang for your buck. I think for a pretty small agency, we do a lot for our department. We also staff the preservation board. So again, a lot of stuff that our office does. Next slide, please. Even though this is last fiscal year, it's still an ongoing project for our department. We have 18 local historic districts that we have to administer, and all those districts have different design guidelines. They're all written differently, different terminology. Last year, a previous director, we got a grant to hire a consultant to prepare a kind of a grand giant template for historic codes moving forward that neighborhoods can use to update their codes, and new districts that come in can use this as a guide to craft their design guidelines. So it's been a good project. We're still working on it, but this is just one page of so far 94 pages of codes and templates that will be able to help neighborhoods moving forward. So that's what we do in a nutshell, guys. And next up, I'm going to turn it over to Ibrahim Gumel. He is with Mapping and Graphics.
Hi, everyone. My name is Dr. Ibrahim Gumel. I am the GIS manager. I manage the GIS and graphics division of PDA. And basically, what we do is we have the responsibility of maintaining and also controlling the GIS enterprise system of the city. Like Don said, we do it alongside ITSA, and our responsibility is to provide accurate and timely spatial data, and to also make sure that whatever data is collected, say by other departments like forestry, water, and other agencies of the city, the data is standardized and it's also accurate. Part of what we do also involves providing mapping support, which includes both web maps and also printed maps. We receive requests from different agencies in the city, and we provide those supports as needed. We also have public engagement and open data policy where we have some maps that are public, where people can search for things. Let's say you're looking for your parcel or information regarding parcel data. We maintain all that and we put it in the city website. Recently, we've been involved in the wake of the recent tornado that just impacted the city. We have been playing a very, very important role in that by providing damage assessment mapping to the EOC, by also participating in resource allocation support, which involves providing spatial analysis to emergency management and public work teams to prioritize areas that they need to search. We have also participated in recovery coordination by creating interactive dashboards for the city leaderships and also to be used by the responders to track progress on recovery operations. And we've also have a public information map that we have on the website, which provides location of certain resources like shelters and places where people can have access to internet and things like that to charge their phones and what have you. So we've been providing technical expertise and strategic leadership across departments and agencies for the city. And yeah, that's what we've been doing. I would hand it back to Don. Thank you.
So I thought that was important for a thing to conclude. Ingraham spent the weekend at the Emergency Operations Center. And so the technology that we've increased over the years is very robust. Our networking is great. He will attend a national conference sponsored by Esri, the primary software, soon into the new fiscal year. That's a good thing. And one of the things related to the budget is that he is housed at PDA and has been paid 50-50 from our budget and ITS. We're now making a change. There's a full-time person at ITSA, and now PDA's budget from two different budget sources will be funding Ingraham for full-time. Why that's important is because GIS is so important in the modern day. And it's when we started PDA, there were 6 people that had licenses for using this technology, experienced in it. There are now 70 licenses across the city. So we need to be able to help those folks, train those folks, and that's an important thing, and we're welcome that we get to do that, and I think it helps with decision-making. It certainly does help with decision-making. One of the things I also want to mention is with the sustainability, you'll be seeing a board bill about our relationship that we're going to have with Bloomberg that Miriam touched upon. That is a thing forthcoming. Another thing in this past current budget year, we used money that we were gracious to have to send people to conferences. The sustainability director, by her nature of where our memberships, attends a lot of things nationally, but we made a concerted effort for planning staff to go to conferences this year while we had the money so they learn and network. And I think that was particularly important and helpful for us understanding the whole field in planning. And she did not come up, but Faith Jones is our Chief Administrative Officer for Planning and Urban Design. So as we now open it up to questions, if there's some specific things about the budget and whatnot, I may call upon her. But thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Rowe, and thank you for your amazing team. It's not one person, I think, that isn't like super critical to like the planning and urban design of the city of St. Louis. So I thank you all for your service. Being a little efficient, we're going to go in order of seniority. I'm going to start with Alderman Browning.
And one thing I might add, I know you've had a busy day. We'd be happy to talk to you one-on-one time.
And on that note, I think I'll try to keep my questions brief because I always have a lot of questions for you all, but that's just because I love everything you're doing. I really appreciate just the wild success of the strategic land use plan and the engagement effort around that. I think that that the PDA did a fantastic job engaging with neighbors, and just the result of that was something that will be very useful to our city. So my first question is, I'm hearing that the zoning update engagement is on pause, but the zoning update itself is going to resume because that's being paid for with American Rescue Plan Act money. Is that correct?
Yes, and I'm going to do one introduction and then ask Marion to come up and answer that. It is so vitally important that it's been decades since we've done this tandem, is do a comprehensive plan for the city, get it adopted as a comprehensive plan, then do an overhaul of the zoning code. So Marion can now plug in.
Yeah, so we're still figuring this out. I think the main principle is that to do this the right way, we need everybody in the city to have the full opportunity to participate. And, part of that is the Community Advisory Committee application that's currently. At first, we were going to be closing that June 20th. We decided that's just the wrong thing to do right now since so many neighborhoods in our city and people in our city are reeling. So we are advancing the technical work, and we may do some kind of stakeholder engagement, but we're also trying to do that as sensitively as possible, given also the really legitimate fears that the community has around speculation, land grabs, and how development is kind of all wrapped up in that. So we are advancing it. We will fully utilize the ARPA allocation by the deadline, but we're just kind of shifting things around for that the engagement and communications around this work sets us up for success. So it's the right thing.
Barry, you might touch upon your hypothesis of using benefiting from the citizen committee that helped with this.
Yeah, one thing we're thinking about is leaning a little bit on the steering committee we established for the strategic land use plan, help sort of be a little bit of a bridge as we do the technical work, but we do need some input. Now, we haven't had that conversation with those committee members yet, so I don't want to commit them to that or that will be what we decide, but we know to do this right will mean doing it with community buy-in and understanding, and we just want to get off on the right foot with that.
Well, thank you for that answer. I really appreciate the intentionality with which you're going about this. It's really, really important. How often do we do this? Not often enough. And so when we are afforded the opportunity to do it with funds that are actually allocated, it's really important that we get it right. And I can tell that is coming from you all. So I really, really appreciate how you've handled it so far and how you're handling it now. When things get thrown our way that we just don't anticipate, you do have to pivot. But we know we still have work to do in our city. That's why we're all sitting here doing budget right now, because even though we'd much rather be, some of us would much rather be in our communities right now, we know we've got to get these done. So we appreciate that work ethic from you all. Is there any anticipated change to the plans? And I realize this is a hard question, but like the tornado did devastating damage. And I know, like, for instance, in my ward, after the 1959 tornado, that parts of the ward were rezoned, probably by ordinance at the time. And we ended up with, strip malls where there used to be housing. And it's kind of a failure of urbanism in my mind. I wonder, is there going to be any change to your approach now that the tornado has occurred and we see a further need for investment and revitalization in some of these neighborhoods?
In all honesty, we know that a lot has changed. I don't know if we have our arms around yet everything that means for either maybe updates to the strategic land use plan or how to fully absorb that in our work to update the zoning code, but it's definitely kind of the big question before the team right now. And maybe I'll add that in addition to baking this into the zoning code upgrade, we're also in the process of investigating some kind of quicker amendments to our zoning code that could reduce barriers to, for example, rebuilding non-conforming structures that, maybe don't meet a side yard setback requirement, but, we want it to be easy for people to, if they can rebuild, to rebuild and stay in their homes and in communities. So we're currently investigating some of those things. We'll be talking with the Planning Commission about some of those things at the upcoming meeting.
Thank you for that. And I'll just, shout out to Mr. Gummel here, because this is the best map I've seen so far of the impact of the tornado to our city. I think that this is very comprehensive, and the red outline more accurately describes where I've seen the damage. If you look at the tornado's path, you think it just kind of touched the edge of the 9th Ward, but when I look at this map, I see a much more accurate picture of where I'm seeing the damage in my ward. So I just appreciate the attention to detail and just want to commend your work there. I realize that Ms. Russell is not here, and I want to recognize I've actually been to a conference with Russell. I really appreciate her zeal for her job and the work she's doing. But I'm curious to see more about tree restoration plans as well in the wake of this disaster. It's probably a secondary thought when it comes, we're thinking about people's homes and we're thinking about everything else, but the tree canopy loss is going to have huge effects on our city. And so that can probably be a side conversation, noting that. Only other question I have is permit review, and this is probably a question for Bob, maybe, Mr. Bettis, sorry. Permit review and historic standards. I know we've had some discussion about this, and I know that the office is hard. Is there anything you can share today publicly about just what you're looking at as a reaction to the disaster?
Sure. I will say that individual permits coming in have been actually really slow. So we're not turning anybody away or giving anybody any kind of grief in terms of like individual permitting going on when they're coming in to try to fix their houses up. We're taking things case by case. As of now, the rules are on the books, but we're definitely taking a lenient eye towards how we can help people out and deal with the reality of the situation. So I can't say anything that's official coming down, perhaps for some suspension of regulations, but I know things are being considered. But as of now, we're working with each homeowner individually that calls us, and also streets. We're getting a lot of phone calls just from like streets in general that have had a person been deputized as like the main contact for a street, and they're calling us, and we're kind of giving them some answers and reassuring them that we'll work with them as best as possible to get through the process. But things are being looked at.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. Again, yeah, nothing needs to be specific right now. I just want the public to know that the city and across departments is looking at how we can help people, understanding that this presents a lot of unique challenges. And so we really appreciate all the work being done there as well. My last question is for Mr. Ogilvy. Just wanted to say I'm really excited about all the funded projects. Understand that we're getting miles and miles of new bicycle facilities, and that's wonderful for our city. I'm wondering how many of those projects are receiving federal funding, and is there any concern about? I've heard from our Secretary of Transportation for the country that they're trying to change the formulas to emphasize things that just reading it may not benefit St. Louis. And so I'm concerned that we might lose funding for things that emphasize non-car travel. And I'm wondering if you are aware of anything that might be under threat of those 24 funded projects that might be receiving federal funding or that might not receive it in the future.
Sure. So the projects I was mentioning are all projects that are already funded. And I don't think there is any risk to those projects. Most of those are funded. The funding is administered locally through East-West Gateway, and I think there's less risk to projects like that compared to projects directly administered from the U.S. Department of Transportation, where there's a lot more discretion at the federal level in what to fund. So that's today's projects. I think in the future, it is possible that the rules and priorities could change, and cities across the country will have to digest that and respond to it. I think we've been in a very favorable funding environment for a few years, and we've, I think, taken as much advantage of that as possible for us. But there could be a period going forward where it's a little more challenging, certainly.
Okay, that's good. Let us know how we can be of support. We do have different sources of funding, and I want to make sure that we keep things that were planned still happening. And I think did I hear you correctly when you said you were looking to reduce pedestrian deaths by 50% by 2050?
So that's not specific to pedestrian deaths. That's all serious injuries and fatalities on streets in St. Louis. That tracks the East-West Gateway to Safer Roadways plan, which was completed last year. And that is a very achievable goal if we continue to make investments in safety. And I always say, over the course, that's 25 years, over the course of 25 years, that's dozens and dozens of people, St. Louis residents who would not be killed on streets, and hundreds who would not be seriously injured. So it is very meaningful if we could achieve that goal.
Yeah, I have to agree, and I think we often don't think of the injuries which can prevent people from going to work or have a real impact on people's lives and on our city. So I really appreciate that, and the focus on reducing not just deaths but injuries. As we know, last year was one of the most deadly years, and this needs to be a priority for our city. And sorry, one more question: the Tower Grove Connector is still planning to kick off in early June?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thanks.
Alderwoman Velasquez.
Can I just follow up with a couple of quick things? So one, Scott, would you send the members of the committee the Complete Streets annual report that you just finished? That's number one. Number two, tree cover and tree canopy. We did a citywide map for the forestry commissioner that we probably more than 6 months ago, but it showed areas of St. Louis where the tree cover is already not as it should be, because there are things with the benefits of the trees to people's health, asthma and such. And the tree canopy was less in North St. Louis. So one of the things we'll be thinking about is updating that map so we correlate that with health effects to do. And then sustainability director, one of the things that we're doing is making sure we keep our own data so we can make not necessarily things that we're hearing from the federal government and being challenged. We have our own data to help with decision making about it. So just wanted to follow up on that.
Alderwoman Velasquez.
Thank you. I'm going to keep most of the questions short, and I know where to find you all. This is more storm related. Obviously, this is nothing really we've experienced in our lifetime here in the city, although the city has experienced significant before. I know particularly you, Mr. Rowe, have contacts with other planners across the nation. Is there anything, and I know that Ms. Keller mentioned, I mean, it's a lot for us to wrap our minds around as we're still assessing damage. Are there resources in those networks for cities that have, other cities that have dealt with, essentially how to replan and address some of these issues before? And are you, I assume you're going to tap into them, but just want to hear your perspective and your thoughts on.
So two things. One, yes, indeed. One of the things I talked about was the people going to conferences. We have to do and get ourselves into the network of fellow planners, fellow city officials to learn from what other people have done with experiences. Bob has particularly reached out about the permitting of post a disaster. And there's two things that's related to this is one, staff is going up every day and saying, Don, I'm going up, I'm going to help out distribute some resources to get that feeling. But we're also doing a literature search, and with that literature search, we'll aim us at some particular community to ask about how they dealt with things. Yeah.
And then just on that note, I know that most of us, I won't say we all, I think we all do love the work that you're doing. How can we as a body engage with that process and not get in the way at the same time?
I think a key thing to think about of the people that are behind me, they're all people. And so if you just have a thought, call them. And we'll answer your question. We'll say, okay, wait a minute, we may have to get a little geeky about that, but we want to have that interaction because there's going to be some things we're going to learn from you, some things that we want to help inform you, and let's just keep it that way, do it that way.
That's great. I just want to just say for the record, I appreciate the work that you're doing. And I just think as we, at least from this, the legislative perspective, figure out some of the funding mechanisms and how we can support rebuilding that, we do it, there might, be an opportunity to build some of those, to rebuild with sustainability in mind, to rebuild with the things that we've been hoping for the city and especially our city. But now it's going to be more acute to address it. So.
Ding, ding, ding. And I've been getting spontaneous emails from friends across the country that are talking about things of how suggestions to help. Yeah.
Great, thank you, and thank you all.
Alderman Devoti.
I don't have any questions, but I just wanted to say thank you. I think from your office, Mr. Rowe, I've already heard and had a very good conversation with Mr. Bettis. I'm scheduled to speak with and sit down with Ms. Keller later on this week, and we've dealt with Mr. Gamel as well. So thank you. The education to date has been terrific and phenomenal. It's something, as I think a resident, a layperson, I didn't realize the work behind the scenes. So again, no questions, just a thank you. And Ms. Keller, I look forward to sitting down Friday afternoon.
And welcome to your representative role as a member of the Board of Aldermen. And as you know, we in all the things that we do have input from you. We have abilities that you can help us do things better. And collectively, it's the neighborhoods that we want to improve, help, support.
And hopefully he get to do the, it's only him, but do the tour. I guess it won't be a bus since it's just.
Yeah.
Well, two alders are upset about it. Well, they didn't get the lucky bus tour that I got with other, but yes, it's a great bus tour you should take with Rowe. Out of order, Alderwoman Sanier.
It's like, I know where to find him.
I don't have any questions.
I do have just one budget question. I mean, I echo everything that my colleagues have said, also know where to find you guys. So just trying to catch us up a little bit on speed. But related to budget, in your original general fund line item, I noticed in the past you received personal services. You requested $250,000 but got zeroed out. What do you, I guess, use those personal services for?
Faith will fill in the blanks for me.
And Ms. Faith, I'm looking at the line item budget on page 49, general fund, planning and urban, department, page 49, but under personal services, professional services, sorry.
Okay. Hi, my name is Faith Jones. If I'm asking correctly, you're referring to the year where it was zeroed out?
So this year you requested $250,000, but the department zeroed it out. And you didn't receive any last year, the year before that. In 23, you received some, but you requested some money. So I was just curious, maybe what was that request needed for?
That particular year, those same funds were provided under EcoDevo and then moved back the next year. So we did receive the funds, but in a different line item, a different fund.
And is this year you not received them through EcoDevo while you had requested the 250? Do you see the?
Oh, let me make sure. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong line item. We had professional service requests related to some contracting that we were looking forward to doing. I don't remember the exact numbers. I don't have my notes, but we had asked for it for some more work we wanted to do, and we were denied it.
Okay. And going just to the FTE, and maybe this is a Mr. Rowe question. Requested, what is, I guess, one of the critical positions that is needed that your office did not receive from this year's budget negotiations, I should say? If there was one or two positions.
Faith, we got one position, well.
You have to come up on the mic, Mr. Rowe.
Yeah. We lost. So, two contexts. One position that we have funded in this new year, I'm hoping, can't commit, but will say it's now having that position created, creates an opportunity to promote somebody into it. So that will leave a position that we also can recruit to. And then our issue about losing a position is we'll want to have a sustainability staffer that I think we'll be able to get.
So if I heard you, and I couldn't hear you all the way, you said it was, one of them was a half position for a sustainability staffer?
Two things. No, for the GIS, we had a, what are you reminding me of?
The staff we lost. Is that what he's asking?
Unfunded, yeah, was for sustainability. So we're now getting one person as a staffer for sustainability as opposed to two.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all. All right. Seeing no other questions from my colleague, really appreciate you all for being flexible with us. It's been a lot has happened in the city, so the board is, had to have some special meetings. So definitely from the budget committee, apologize for being a little late, trying to do our part on the legislative side. But to you all, thank you for being super flexible, super amazing, and the work that you're doing to connect all our neighborhoods together and to kind of bring it up to the 21st century. So thank you so much.
And as you goosed me about tours, always open to doing the tours. I'll remind everybody that may not recall, or a newcomer, I learned to drive in Boston. So, okay.
All right. Thank you all so much for being here. Madam Clerk, do you have CDA online? No.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
All right. If you are you able to do your camera, Mr. Pfeffer? All right. So as Mr. Pfeffer is gearing up, Madam Clerk, do you have Noel Pfeffer? Do you have the presentation, the drive? We're going to put that up as we're getting started. Thank you, Mr. Director of CDA, for being patient with us and trying to catch up a little bit. If you want to go ahead and just state your name, your title with your department, and then proceed with your presentation to maybe catch up a little bit on time.
One moment. STL, please make me a co-host. Some kind of way I was clicked out.
And I believe the presentation for all of us should be in the drive. I know he just sent it over.
And I'm also happy to share my screen.
They are working on it to do the co-host part of it. And it looks like we got it. So Mr. Pfeffer, you may proceed with your presentation.
Thank you, Chair Aldridge. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for your grace as I recover from COVID and being able to present virtually. My name is Noel Pfeffer. I serve as Executive Director of the Community Development Administration, and pleased to share our budget and updates from CDA today. If we can scroll down. CDA is a city department which serves as a clearinghouse for federal housing and development funds. We deploy funds to drive economic justice and neighborhood transformation by supporting a wide range of public and private activities, including affordable housing, activating vacant properties, supporting nonprofits providing social services, and a lot more. We are community driven and data informed, and our priorities are shaped by input that we've received through our citizen participation process, thousands of survey responses. A little bit of history about CDA. We were founded in 1974, actually from a consolidation of several city departments and agencies, the Planning Commission, Office of Business Development, Beautification Commission, and Model Cities Corporation, all to administer HUD funds, the CDBG formula funds in 1974. But I'll proceed, although I know you've lost the presentation. And then since then, development agencies have evolved substantially and kind of split into multiple pieces, again, with the Planning Department established in 1999, SLDC incorporated as a 501c4 in 1988, and the Affordable Housing Commission established in 2001. Last piece of history is that we've been shaped significantly by HUD over the course of these years, most recently in 2012, where they intervened to essentially request that the city redesign its funding process to reduce political influence and ensure open and competitive selection. And that's why, as a result, we have a lot of internal controls built into our processes and a lot of compliance requirements to ensure open and competitive processes. I can share my screen if that would be helpful as I move on to my
Yes, if you
next.
could share your screen, that'd be
Yes.
helpful.
All right, I've sent over that request. If whoever is currently sharing can allow that. The next slide, I'll just talk through while.
As we're working on that, you could proceed. We have the presentation.
Thank you. But the next slide shows some of the agencies that we fund, and it is an incomplete list. But you'll see there are a lot of agencies which collectively represent the city's social safety net, and many of which have been on the front lines of tornado relief and recovery efforts, including For the Ville, Urban League, Northside Youth and Senior Services, and North Newstead Association, many more than I can name. But we're proud to support their work, and that's really what CDA does. We provide very few services ourselves, but we support an ecosystem that is a safety net. And I think I can share my screen now. And you can see here a funding chart that shows both where funds come from to CDA, and they come from Treasury on the far left with American Rescue Plan Act funds, the EPA with brownfields grants, HUD, a long list of funding sources, many of which we'll talk through today, as well as state funds and local tax dollars, all of which come, and then we deploy out both to non-municipal, primarily nonprofit partners and housing developers, as well as municipal partners, many of whom have also been on the front lines of relief, including the Forestry Department, Streets Department, LRA, and others. Operationally, our team is broken into 3 operational teams, 4 if you include the executive team. But we have our fiscal team made up of accountants who are really our engine and keep funds moving. And in the next slide, you'll see how much work they've done over the last few years and how dramatically they've scaled. We have our compliance team, which really is, as the name suggests, the compliance heart, and I should also say manages our grants processes from soup to nuts, from beginning to end, reviewing applications, drafting contracts, preparing programmatic and financial reporting forms, reviewing these reports when they come in, collecting all of the file documents which are needed, and there are dozens. So there's long checklists of all the items which our team needs to collect prior to entering into a contract, and then monitoring the performance and conducting site visits. And finally, our construction team, which includes a housing production and a home repair element. And we'll talk more about their work as well, but they're really the hands and feet on the ground, going out to buildings across the city, and each with a portfolio of housing development or home repair projects that are moving forward. So some performance metrics for our team. The thing that I'm most excited to share is how much CDA has grown over the past few years. You can see here our CFA, our Schedule of Expenditure of Federal Awards, where we've gone from $19 million spent in 2020 to $27 million in 2021, $24 million in 2022, and then dramatic growth, $37 million in 2023 and $59 million in 2024. And that's a testament to the amazing work of our team team, as well as the extraordinary need and the infusion of funds. And you can see here how that work has scaled. You can see some of the outputs of that work in our CAPER, or Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report, over 300 pages that we submit to HUD on an annual basis. And we've got some highlights from that shortly in the presentation. But the other key performance metric that I'm excited to share is that we had no findings for our 2024 single audit. And so I think that just goes to show that there's a false trade-off or dichotomy between velocity and compliance, and that's something we've been able to deliver both in the past year and accelerate deployment of funds while maintaining robust internal controls. And then we also published our first ever 2020 to 2024 impact report in April, and I believe you have a copy of that in front of you, and if not, our staff is available to provide you with a copy of that, and encourage you to review it. We will hit some of the highlights, but it includes a lot of details, and excited to share the story of this work with the public. So some top line figures from that impact report includes that between 2020 and 2024, CDA has been appropriated over $400 million in funds to administer. We've made over $100 million in housing awards and have over 3,500 housing units complete and in development, and are leveraging that $100 million in housing awards. It's leveraging over $750 million in private funding. And again, this is detailed further in the coming slides and even further in the impact report. But we've held over 30 funding cycles, over 100 public meetings, well over 100 grantees, 50 developers, over 200 projects and programs, and over 10,000 beneficiaries across the city of CDA programs. This is a detail, I'm not going to go through it all, of the $400 million in funds that have been appropriated to CDA over the past 5 years, including $180 million in SLURF funds, about $220 million in HUD funds, and $23 million in miscellaneous other funds, including an upcoming Solar for All award through the EPA. And then here is a detail of those over 3,500 units, which I got some invaluable advice from the Chairman Aldridge. I don't need to go through every slide in complete details. You all have it for your records. So if you have any questions, we can dive into this. And this is, I will note, detailed even further over the course of 3 pages in the report, which has a row for every single one of these housing projects. And then we also recently made available a neighborhood transformation investments map, where you can learn more about how funds are being deployed with over a dozen layers, a dozen programs across the city. It's interactive. You can filter by program, by neighborhood, by funding source, and encourage you to check out that resource as well. Now with that, I want to focus on our budget. And it's split up into 5 funds, including ARPA. I'm including ARPA in this table because it is an important part of our budget, but it's important to note that ARPA administrative funds were appropriated in Ordinance 71864 and are not appropriated in this ordinance. They are, however, included in our personnel schedule. So we have 1502 funds. Those are our CDBG funds, and there are several types of CDBG funds. There's the bread and butter CDBG annual formula allocation, which I'll talk about in a minute. There's also our coronavirus response allocation, disaster recovery allocation, which I'll talk a lot more about, and our recent Pro Housing Award, which the planning department mentioned as well. And our total budget here is $3.24 million, of which that is primarily for personnel, $2.4 million of that, and that funds 33.3 positions. It also funds some supplies, equipment, computers, printers, leases, capital assets, as well as several administrative contracts to support compliance. 1503 is our fund for other HUD funds, and that includes HOME, which is one of the formula funds primarily for housing, as well as the lead remediation grant. and the Choice Neighborhoods Grant, which recently came to an end. And this funds 5.4 positions, primarily, it's 580,000, primarily for personnel, and funds 5.4 positions. 1120 is the economic development sales tax. This year, the budget was significantly reduced to 1.4 million. And that includes a single position, our public information officer, as well as some admin contracts. Those really are not admin contracts. We'll talk more about it, but those are our data contracts with Ptolemy and the Vacancy Collaborative, as well as grant contracts, which is our neighborhood plan implementation grants, which is what the economic development sales tax was originally established to fund. And again, we'll talk about more in a slide in a moment. For the first time, we have Fund 1111, the Vacant Building Initiative Fund, budgeted $327,000, which that's actually should be under grant contracts. We anticipate deploying in grant contracts. I made a decision towards the end to split between administrative contracts and grant contracts to be a little more clear, but that should be in the grant contracts column. And finally, ARPA funds, which here I'm just showing the admin funds, not the grant funds, but includes 2.25 million roughly for personnel and funds 24.3 positions. That results in a total of 64 funded positions, of which approximately 45 are occupied. And happy to answer any questions about that as well. Part of that difference, I'll just say now, is intended to allow for us to both utilize our ARPA admin funds in full in the coming fiscal year and first half of the following fiscal year, and also allow for a soft landing as we transition to CDBG and other funding to fund our personnel. And so essentially we're trying to essentially save some of our CDBG funds, which have a 6-year lifespan, so that we can have, again, that soft landing and don't need to lay off a significant number or hopefully any staff. So with that, I want to flag a couple of upcoming appropriation bills. One, and I'll talk about this a little bit more when I talk about our consolidated plan in the next slide, or in the few slides, but we are going to be looking to reappropriate about $5 million in 2018 to 2021 CDBG funds. These were funds which were actually never appropriated. We discovered during our consolidated planning process. So again, a little bit more on that in a moment. We're going to be looking to appropriate the pro-housing funds, $7 million to support work in PDA, CDA, and SLDC to provide innovative housing solutions, including zoning reform, pre-approved design book, and modular and other forms of more innovative housing. And then our annual action plan ordinance, which will be appropriating formula funds in October. And that's just the same one we do every year. Formula funds, just a quick guide. There are 4 formula fund buckets. CDBG funds, about $18 million a year. Home funds, about $3 million a year. Those both are administered fully by CDA. Then there's HOPWA, $3 million a year, which we pass through to the Department of Health, and Emergency Solutions Grant funds, about $1.5 million a year, which are passed through the Department of Human Services and used to fund emergency shelter, street outreach, supportive services, and rapid rehousing. The process for all of these formula funds is the same. We start with a 5-year consolidated plan, which states our objectives and goals and how we want to deploy these funds. Then each year we produce an annual action plan, which provides more details as to how these funds will be deployed in the coming calendar year. And specifically, in order to produce that, we hold a public hearing in July. We issue an RFP asking nonprofit partners to apply. August through September, we go through the legislative process, appropriating the funds October through November. We submit it in November. Then on the back end, we then issue the housing NOFA to identify the specific development projects for our housing pool, which is appropriated in October, November. And we also start drafting those non-housing contracts after the environmental review process is complete in spring and summer. Once the action plan is approved by HUD, we enter into a grant agreement with HUD. This can be as late as November or December of the following year, which I know sounds counterintuitive, but that is in fact how it has worked for years. And in that time, we actually pay out funds from local revenues, which are then reimbursed on the back end once that grant agreement is executed, and we can draw down funds from HUD. And then 90 days after the end of the program year, we submit our Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report, or CAPER, to HUD. So in summary, 5-year plan, 1-year plan. We tell HUD what we're going to do. That action plan is due 45 days before the beginning of the calendar year, so November 15th. Tell HUD what we're going to do. We do it, and then we tell HUD what we did 90 days after. I do want to flag that we do currently have several open funding opportunities, and we've actually, in light of the catastrophic tornado, decided to extend that deadline. It was originally going to close on June 13th, 2025. But in response to requests from the public to extend that, which are eminently reasonable, we have chosen to update that deadline to July 14th. That does mean that especially for rental housing production, we're going to need to turn that around into awards very quickly in order to get those complete before the LIHTC process begins in September, in order to be as competitive as possible. But working with our staff, we determined that we can do that, and are glad to extend that deadline by a month. And these funding opportunities include affordable housing, $6 million for affordable housing production, $4.9 million for permanent supportive housing production. These are special funds set aside by HUD for this particular purpose, to serve 4 qualifying populations: those who are unhoused, at risk of becoming unhoused, victims of domestic violence, or veterans or struggling with substance abuse and other challenges. Pro-housing NOFA, this is a case where we are flipping our typical housing production funding process. Typically, we make our funding availability very flexible, and this has great benefits, and we are continuing to do that with our $6 million affordable housing production NOFA. But what we pitched to HUD and HUD awarded us to do is to flip the process, because when we make it extremely flexible, that also means that each developer is applying for a different site, and so there's limited competition. When we flip the process and the city defines the site and what we want to see on the site, we are able to now stimulate a lot more competition, and we can put clear constraints on the project. So we've been able to say, this is the budget, these are the blocks, this is the amount of housing that we want to see developed, this is where it is, and our budget for it. And now we're stimulating competition because we have a lot of developers all interested in winning this bid. And this is exactly how a lot of larger cities and most European cities do their housing development, or publicly funded housing development. And so we're excited to apply this here. And we had actually selected sites in the Ville between MLK, Aldine, Garfield, just north of where For the Ville is doing their work, and on the edge of the disaster impact area. And so we're excited to move forward, but also to extend that deadline to allow local developers to apply, because we understand that folks are in crisis management mode, and we may even extend the pro-housing NOFA one further if needed, to respond to enable local community-driven developers to apply. Neighborhood plan implementation. This is our EcoDevo funded work, and I'll talk a little bit more about it in a further slide, but we have one. In fact, while we initially made the NOFA for $1.5 million, we will likely only be able to award about $1.15 million due to the budget. And so that'll force us to make some tough decisions there as we seek to support the implementation of neighborhood plans. A few words on our consolidated plan. It's a 5-year plan. We made it this past year. We have to do it every 5 years, and this was the year. It covers about $125 million in CDBG, home, ESG, and HOPA grant funds. It's been community driven and data informed, guided by the Citizen Advisory Committee, multiple open houses, a survey which received over 1,000 responses, built on a lot of other data, and also included citywide data collection for the market value analysis. That's a really great tool, which we encourage folks to leverage. And throughout it, we prioritize community voices. And what we heard from the community is exactly what you'd expect in terms of the top needs: affordable housing, homelessness prevention, job training, youth services, small business support, vacant building stabilization, health and behavioral health services, and support for seniors and individuals with disabilities. And that map there at the bottom is a map of the neighborhood revitalization strategy areas that we applied for. That's one of the most important pieces of the consolidated plan. Is if and when HUD approves these, it'll enable us to deliver more public services to these areas, because we do have a 19% public service cap. We can't spend more than 19% of our annual $18 million allocation on public services, and this is regularly our most competitive funding category, and what, if you look at the top community needs, folks are calling for us to deploy more resources for. This is a snapshot of some of the data in our CAPER, and you can see the thousands of individuals served by CDA programs, including over 1,000 home repairs. We'll talk more about that in another slide. Over 470 residents receiving job training services, hundreds receiving after-school services, over 1,000 seniors receiving meals, transportation, and other services, and much more. This is really a snapshot. I want to say a few words on our 2022 CDBG Disaster Recovery Award in response to the 2022 flood and how that's proceeding, both because launch of the programs is imminent. We actually just had the action plan approved by HUD on May 7th of this year. So we are awaiting the grant agreement from HUD and excited to move forward with launching several programs, including a home repair program, which I'll say a little more about in a moment, but also so that I can provide an idea of the timelines, as we may be looking and hopefully will be receiving a similar disaster recovery award for the recent tornado. First, though, on this award, a few words on the budget. It includes $7.8 million for home repair, and something that we've learned and been researching in the wake of the tornado is whether these funds can help repair damage created by the tornado. And the answer is yes, with an important caveat. And that caveat is that the home needs to have been impacted by the 2022 flood. For better or worse, however, there is a substantial overlap between the two disasters, and there are many homes. We are working to define the universe more precisely, but likely over 100 homes, if not more, that were impacted by both the 2022 flood and the tornado. And where that's the case, so long as there is that tie back to the 2022 flood, then we can use these funds to bring the home back up to a full, safe, and sanitary standard. So launching this program is a top priority for us. Although I will flag that this is subject to environmental review requirements, which make we need to conduct an environmental review for every single home repair. Frankly, I think it's outrageous, seeing as environmental review is meant to really influence decisions about whether or not to do a development. But in this case, the folks are living there and already and will live there likely, whether or not these home repair funds are provided. But it really slows down the program, which is why I'll close a few slides down the line by highlighting the need, as I did last year, for a local source of home repair funds. There's also a home buyout program designed to target homes which are in flood-prone areas where it's voluntary, of course, but we can provide significant relocation incentives and actually buy out the home at its pre-disaster value. which is essential and will also be essential for tornado relief. Green infrastructure program, essentially taking a lot of that vacant property and activating it to become a spongier, more resilient city with a healthier relationship with our river and water. I often describe the city's relationship with water as a somewhat abusive one, in that we've strangled and constrained and choked off the Mississippi River, and then every few years it bursts its banks and causes a lot of damage, and we need to heal that relationship, and this green infrastructure program is a big part of that, although frankly we may consider shifting some funds from that into the home repair program depending on the amount of overlap that there winds up being between home repair and flood and tornado home repair, and then various other sources. An idea of the timeline, again, I think this is important in light of the recent disaster to understand how this worked last time. We had the flood in late July. We got the presidential disaster declaration in early August. We received the federal appropriation of funds in December, and DR funds are funds that need to be specifically supplementally appropriated, which means that if and when there's a presidential disaster declaration, the next step is to pressure our congressional delegation for an appropriation. I'll note that we received $25.8 million in flood recovery funds. Early estimates seem to suggest that the impact of the tornado may be 10 times as large, if not larger. And so I don't think it's unreasonable to talk about a disaster recovery award in the order of magnitude of hundreds of millions. In May 2023, we received the HUD Federal Register notice, which essentially lays out the rules of how these funds will be deployed. In fall 2023, we issued in August 2023 the RFP and then procured ICF as our disaster management consultant, and they have been amazing. And we're very thankful to have them on board because they really led the charge in then the unmet needs analysis, community outreach, and action plan drafting. And I know this sounds slow, and it is slow, but we've also moved significantly faster, frankly, than the county, which also received a over $50 million disaster recovery award at the same time for these floods. We posted the draft action plan in May 2024. We submitted the final action plan in October 2024. We went through 2 revisions with HUD and finally received approval in May 2025. And we have this beautiful flood risk map as well that we've produced as a result of all this planning, which has been a really vital resource. Choice neighborhoods, this is not in our budget today, so I'm going to go really quick, but it has been in our budget to date. And the reason it's not is because the $30 million grant has been closed out. And we were, as a result, we have over 353 new units complete and fully occupied, with phases 3 and 4 of 230 units under construction, including the historic brewery. We've a lot of public art, basketball courts, playgrounds, pickleball courts, chess tables, trees, free public Wi-Fi, zero-interest small business loans, and more through this project. And it's a good example of what we can do when we layer a lot of different funding sources together. I want to talk briefly about funds 1110 and 1111. Fund 1110 is our use tax. Last year, you'll see that there was a $2.2 million line item for major projects, contracts, and services. It's not in our budget this year, but I want you to know how we are deploying these funds. And that includes $300,000 for the Doorways Clinic and Boca Pharmacy, $600,000 for the Greater Health Pharmacy. This is part of an effort to fill in health deserts in our community. And $1.1 million to improvements at the Monarch facility. $200,000 will be going back to the use tax fund to be appropriated in the future to other departments. The Vacant Building Initiative Fund, again, this is our first time receiving these funds, and the ordinance 71990 provides that 1/2 of such funds are for the purposes of offering grants to reduce and prevent vacant and blighted property. We are consulting with the Vacancy Collaborative to identify the highest and best use for the funds long term. But this year, one of the things we're looking at is using the funds provide additional awards under the recently closed Community Development Grants Program. That's a grant opportunity that actually closed just a few weeks ago on May 12th, 2025, for grants ranging from $50,000 to $100,000 for vacant lot beautification, cleanups, green spaces, recreation projects, public art, and activation of vacant spaces. Fund 1120 is the economic development sales tax, primarily to fund neighborhood plan implementation. Again, per the ordinance, these revenues are intended to serve as a dedicated funding stream to establish and implement a CDA program substantially in the form described below, and that then goes on to describe a program that is place-based, community-driven, and leveraged, and really designed to implement the vision of the community. So we turned it into this neighborhood plan implementation program. It's sad to say, but while Ordinance 70435 was passed in 2017, until last year, we had never spent any of the proceeds of the half-cent economic development sales tax on this original purpose. Now we have moved forward with 2 awards. One was to the Gravois Jefferson district for plan implementation through Art Place and Dutchtown South Community Corporation for creation of a community garden, public art, a arts gallery, and community engagement around the creation of a community land trust. And another to the We Collab West End Neighborhood Plan, and specifically to Cornerstone, to support efforts to build up the area around the Hodemont tracks with community-driven development, create a trailhead at the start of the Hodemont tracks, and support in particular the intersection at Maple and Goodfellow, and work to activate that space. Again, unfortunately, while the ordinance provides 10% of the proceeds, which is about $2.2 million, should be going to neighborhood revitalization and specifically this neighborhood plan implementation program. Unfortunately, the budget this year only includes $1.144 million for that purpose. And so we will be deploying that, but that is closer to 5% of the proceeds. And we, as always, will prioritize funding proposals which are community-driven, place-based, and leveraged for maximum transformative and sustainable impact. Another thing that we historically funded in previous years from the economic development sales tax is the vacancy strategy initiative. And the thing to understand about the economic development sales tax is that essentially for a number of years, we were living beyond our means. That's because after it was passed in 2017, for a few years, none of this neighborhood revitalization money was being spent. And so we built up a large balance that meant that the budgets over the last few years have been closer to $4 million for CDA and PDA combined. And so, for example, last year, we were able to dedicate about $2 million towards plan implementation per the 10% requirement, while still also funding the vacancy strategy initiative. So we had some fat years, now we have some lean years, and the neighborhood plan implementation work has been cut as a result. But we see here the vacancy strategy initiative has done amazing work over the last 2 years. Again, we dedicated $250,000 of EcoDevo funds towards it in 23 and 24. FY 24 and FY 25. It's been a huge success and has found, among other things, that vacant property costs the city at least $20 million a year and costs city property owners at least $300 million a year. And I do think that these are probably conservative estimates. We will be releasing the final report soon, although we've postponed that as a result of the tornado disaster. And of course, this has a significant impact on our vacancy strategy. Finally, want to close out with just a couple of ARPA items, and this is a by no means comprehensive overview of our ARPA work, which you can find detailed in full over the course of the table with over all of our ARPA contracts, over 100 ARPA contracts in our impact report. But we are really especially proud of the St. Louis Mural Project, a partnership with the Regional Arts Commission, which has popped up these beautiful murals across the city. We're also really proud of our community Wi-Fi work to bridge the digital divide, where we've lit up 7 city parks and the MLK corridor and are currently working to light up downtown and another half-dozen city parks across the city, and leveraging city-owned fiber and mesh Wi-Fi. And then finally, our Healthy Home Repair Program, which has grown dramatically over the past few years. In 2022, we spent about $2 million. In 23 and 24, we spent closer to $6 million, so nearly tripling the program. I think it's time, and I've shared with our team that we need to meet the moment and prepare to scale the program dramatically again in order to meet the needs of city residents impacted by the tornado. We're going to start that work immediately with the $7.8 million in flood disaster recovery funds. And while we hope to, down the line in the coming years, receive a significant tornado disaster recovery award, there's a significant need for local tax funds or local funds to be dedicated to disaster recovery, home repair, especially because, frankly, the environmental review requirements are going to slow us down on the HUD side. And there's, as I shared with the committee last year, when asked what the top need was, I said local funds for home repair, because they're not subject to those environmental review requirements and we can move them a lot faster. And I'll also add that the ARPA funds are fully committed. These funds are about 85% spent, that infusion of 15 million in late 2022, and nearly 100% committed. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director. And that I'll start in order of seniority with Alderwoman Tanya.
Your presentation was so in-depth and rich that I don't have any questions. I just appreciate the work you've been doing. I appreciate the recap of everything and all the things that are being, managed, and definitely have a special eye, especially given that a lot of federal funding cuts are tied to things that flow through your department. So just thank you for your work.
Alderwoman Velasquez.
I just want to say thanks, Mr. Pfeffer, for your presentation, and I have.
Alderman Devoti stepped out, but I would say also appreciate the presentation. Sitting on HUDs, I kind of got an overview of this. I know Alderwoman Tanya also, but your information is always, I think, super helpful to kind of be a reminder, and having Alderman Devoti, who's a new alder, being able to really get a deep detail. I know he was going through the packet. He stepped down and took a call, but going through the packet to know all the different programs and all the work that CDA has done, and also doing during these trying times is also critically important. And appreciate your leadership, Director. Appreciate your staff's leadership. You always are easy to be in communication with, and I'm sure we'll be talking soon, but I have no questions as far as on the budget. And of course, if there's anything that this Board of Aldermen can do to be able to be supportive within your department, please let me know.
Thank you. And thank you for the grace in allowing me to testify virtually.
No problem. We hope you get well soon.
Thank you.
All right. With that, I am actually going to give me 1 second. I know we're a little early, but I'm gonna move some things around and have Alderwoman Sanye chair as I back up the bus a little bit. This should be a quick one. I want to try to sneak a break, so this should be not too long, but back up the bus and go to board bills for review. And I'm going to take up Board Bill 21 before CDA gets here, and then ideally go on a break for us to have a quick break before SODC get here. So, Madam Chair, please.
Okay. We will give you some time to get to the other side of the podium. And then, Alderman, you are recognized to speak to Board Bill 21.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Madam Clerk, could you read Board Bill 20 summary?
Board Bill number 21, introduced by Alderman Rasheen Aldrich, The board bill recommended by the Board of Estimate and Apportionment authorizing the St. Louis Treasurer's Office to accept a Financial Empowerment Center FEC program grant of up to an initial amount of $20,000 plus a subsequent anticipated award up to $300,000 for project implementation by entering into a memorandum of understanding with the cities for Financial Empowerment Fund, authorizing the expenditure of such funds to the extent received, authorizing contracts and other documents to expend such funds to the extent received, and containing an emergency clause.
Thank you, Madam Clerk and members of the committee. So this is this actually went through ENA at their last meeting. This is a grant from the Treasurer's Office that they received from Cities for Financial Empowerment to be able to accept a grant to kind of continue to expand the work that they're doing when it comes to financial empowerment in their financial empowerment office that they have. Again, this grant would, about 20,000 of it is going to go to needs for just need assessment, sites visits, system building and coaching, meeting, events and supplies. And then 150,000 of it is supposed to go to financial coaching, financial programming events, financial curriculum development, training and development, and additional financial resource offering. But again, this is a grant that the Treasurer's Office got from cities for Financial Empowerment Fund to, they already kind of have that financial arm and wing within the department, but to continue to not only do the good work, but to expand doing the work in communities to educate, engage, and empower people around the importance of financial literacy. And with that, Madam Chair, I would take any questions.
Okay, we'll just go through the committee in question order. Alderwoman Velazquez, any questions?
I have no questions. Thank you, Alderman Aldridge.
All right, and Alderman Devoti, I know you're walking. Alderman Aldridge, Chair Aldridge is doing Board Bill 21, which is a bill that is for the Financial Empowerment Center through the Treasurer's Office. So we're just going in committee order to see if you have any questions. It's essentially a grant that has already been approved by ENA. Did you have any questions? No questions. Okay, excellent. I don't have any questions either. So Alderman, you are recognized to close, or do you have someone else to speak to the bill?
Nope, that is all. I would just ask the committee for a due pass recommendation on Board Bill 21.
Okay, I'll take a motion.
I move for a due pass recommendation of Board Bill 21. I need a second.
Second? Oh, okay. We can say that it was moved by Alderwoman Velazquez and seconded by Alderman Devoti. And with that, we can call the roll. Madam Clerk.
Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Sanye.
Aye.
Alderman Browning. Alderwoman Velazquez.
Aye.
Alderman Devoti. Aye. Chair Aldridge.
Aye.
Alderwoman Tyus. Alderman Browning. We have 4 aye votes.
All right, and with that, we have passed Board Bill 21. Congratulations, Alderman.
Thank you, Alderwoman, for stepping in the gap of Vice Chair. So with that, I will take a motion that we recess until 1 p.m. when SLDC comes in front of us. Second. Moved by the Alderwoman from the 7th, second by the Alderwoman of the 6th, that we go recess to 1. The Budget and Public Employees is resuming from our recess, and for the last committee discussion of the day, we will hear from SLD. If the president would like to come up and state his name and mention any supporting staff you have with you, then you can go into your budget.
Thank you very much. My name is Otis Williams, and I'm the interim president and CEO of St. Louis Development Corporation. And today with me is the vice president for finance and for St. Louis Development Corporation, Mr. Charlie Hahn. And this vice president as well is Chris McGuire. They will go through the budget here in more detail. But as you know, St. Louis Development Corporation does not get a direct apportionment from the city, but indirectly. And so we will go through the details of what our budget is for the year. So I'll turn it over to Charlie. Be happy to answer any questions at the end.
Mr. Chairman, I'll just run through this pamphlet with you.
Just state your first and last name for the record.
Charlie Hahn. I'm the Director of Finance. The budget is in the same form it's been in ever since I can remember when we come and report to you. The cover page addresses the fiscal year 26, which same as the cities. We're not a city department, but we're a quasi-city department. And I think if that needs clarification, Otis probably can address that better than me. But we work closely with the city. We have a number of contracts with the city. That's why we're here in front of you. The page 2 is the overview and highlight page. Just recaps what's on page 3 as far as the columns and numbers, but I would like to make a comment on page 2. The general revenue request is actually 0, but we do receive city funding from the revenues from the Port Authority. We have a Port Authority staff, and that budget is also part of the overall city budget. We also receive some funds from Prop NS. We have currently 2 staff that run Prop NS, which is tied to the bond issue that was passed a couple of years ago. We don't receive direct funds, but I had to at least qualify it that the city does support SLDC, and at least those 2 efforts and more. Page 3 shows a comparative column of FY 25 and FY 26. We have, and column 3 shows the differential between the 25 and 26. The 26 budget is 618,000 less than 25. And it is a personnel-driven budget. The top 2 items, the personnel is our SLDC staff. The legal support is from the city councilor's office. We have, I think, 5 people in our office that are actually city councilor employees. So those are all personnel driven. And I think I can dwell on any of the expense categories below those personnel numbers. The only one that that went up was the Certified St. Louis program, which I think you're all aware that the airport no longer does the certification for the city. So we funded them at a half a year for this year, hoping to take over in January, which we did. So now the office is located at the Economic Empowerment Center, which I think opened in, the Certify office opened in January. It's not fully staffed, but it's, I believe there's room for 5 or 6 people out there, and I think 3 or 4 are hired. And Stacy Fowler runs that from our office, and she's helping out until it's fully staffed. We have participating participants, St. Louis Economic, SLEDP, Economic Development Partnership, is a co-sponsor of that office, and we're seeking more co-sponsors. The following page, page 4, dwells on the expense side of the budget. It just gives you a little detail about the page 3 categories and what's included in those categories. Page 4 and 5 do that. Page 6 is a breakdown of the third revenue number. If I could flip back to page 3, you can see it's divided into 3 categories. The top category is CDBG funded programs. Then there's the SLDC agency contributions to SLDC. And then there's a giant number called other, and that is the 9.5 million number is broken down on that page 6 that I was referring to. The biggest items on there are ARPA funding, which is due to expire at the midpoint of fiscal year 27. So we got a full year of ARPA funding to start wrapping up and making sure we've completed all the programs that were assigned to us. And then the new market tax credit is really a federal program that we use if we're so fortunate to receive awards from the Department of Treasury that support a number of our projects around town. We have that at $2.4 million in funding, and those are fees derived from the new markets. There's a page 7 that shows our consultant budget, which the top number is included in the page 3 under consultants, $643,000. The breakdown of that is included on the right-hand side. It's a comparative thing also. And then below that, the program consultants are part of the larger number at the bottom on page 3. It's 30 million is a rough number that we will probably spend for either ARPA delivery, CDBG program delivery, things like that in the coming fiscal year. The following charts deal with our table of organization. I've been out of town. I'm unfamiliar with what is actually in these charts, but I can see them.
I can speak to them.
Sure.
So the organization chart just essentially provides detail on how the organization is currently organized. And it goes into depth, so it goes by department all the way through. So the first chart just, actually the second chart, provides the overall, and then you find subsequent charts to that that will break down the department for your edification. And I think we're at a point where we can answer your questions.
Thank you, Mr. President and supporting staff. Alderwoman Sanye.
I don't have any questions. Just thank you for being here today and thank you for the information.
Well, thank you, Alderwoman.
Alderwoman Velasquez.
I have questions. Thank you for being here, sir.
Okay.
Alderman Devoti.
I'm going to make it easy on you, President. I don't have any either, but thank you for coming in the presentation.
Well, thank you. I'm sure the President, Mr. Aldridge.
Mr. Chair, I don't have any questions. I know we've talked about it, but just on the record, not necessarily pertaining to the budget, but I know it's been important to my constituents. I know we talked about it, but can you talk about is the future, does the department still plan to, in the 14th Ward, we passed some legislation around some eminent domain in the St. Louis Place and JVL area around properties of developers who have been sitting on it. I know that was initiated under previous administration, and there's just been some questions if this program will continue on as far as the letters going out, talk about if that is, and I think you probably also stated it in the American, but just for the record for people watching, does your office plan to continue to carry those letters going out to hold those absentee landlords accountable?
We do. We are reviewing our total program timing, but we are maintaining the initiative to provide eminent domain in those parcels that are needed to make the program work.
Thank you. And I do want to thank you from myself personally, but also for the community of St. Louis Place and JVL that worked on that to, again, really address the developers that are sitting on a bunch of parcels that have not done anything. So whatever way that myself or JVL St. Louis Place or legal services, Peter Hoffman was very helpful in crafting that. Whatever way we could be a help, you definitely have a partnership with us to continue that process out.
I just want to say we appreciate the partnership and working closely with all of the parties, and will be as we move forward with the redevelopment in that area.
And actually, my other question is, this was brought up on a call that it's been a unified call that we've been having with the mayor's office, and I think the license collector had a question. During the tornado, your office has been going out surveying or flyering businesses. Can you talk about that, what that is, and that process, and what's kind of happening with that?
Sure. In fact, I was a little late because I was coming from a meeting with staff about our support to the area. And so what we want the affected businesses to know is that we are open to supporting their recovery. And if they have questions or they'd like to contact us, we have contact information on our website, the city's website, that essentially will guide you to a point where people can help you. I don't have the specific numbers of the impact, but I can get that for you, when we are finished here.
Absolutely, and if you send it to me, I'll make sure that fellow budget committee members get that documentation, just to kind of keep up to date of the great work that you guys are doing of surveying those businesses and figure out what we can do from the board to support in those efforts and the work that you guys are doing.
And I hope the clear message is that there are people who have not been individually contacted, because some, obviously because of the condition of their facility, was not present on site. But if there are people who are listening that have been impacted, please contact us so that we can provide whatever assistance I may be able to provide.
Okay, and then last question, I go to Alderman Browning. Speaking of businesses, Could you maybe just give us an update? Again, it's not about the budget, but more SLDC role. Update on the Northside Corridor grant. Are all those funds spent? Are there still some funds that need to be spent to businesses? Are we rolling back any funds from people application that was?
We're looking at ways that we can use some of the funds to help in the area. Not all of the funds have been spent, but we are, in fact, reviewing all of that, and we'll, obviously report back what we haven't. But really what we're trying to do is where we have the authority to spend and help people, we are looking to ways to try and do that.
Gotcha. Thank you, President CEO. Alderman Browning.
Thank you. I will follow up with you one-on-one. I'm sorry that I was late to this. We're being pulled in so many directions these days, but
I understand.
I will definitely follow up with you because I have lots of questions. Really appreciate the work that SLDC does to help build our city. I mean, now more than ever, we need to make sure that we are bringing in businesses, jobs, more housing, whatever it takes to get the city on the right track. I say that the equation has not changed. We still need to do all those things. We just need to do them harder because now is not the time to quit on our city. So I really appreciate the work y'all are doing, and I will follow up with questions later.
Thank you. Look forward to it.
All right. With that, is a quick one. As we know that we don't kind of add to your budget, but there is support from the city. But I thought it was important that you all come in front so the public can kind of understand where the finance come from and the table of FTEs, full-time employees of your table of organization, what that looks like.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. With that, any acknowledgement of written testimony?
We have none.
Announcements. This Saturday, we will have our second public testimony, which will be virtual for people to be able to hear from Budget Director Paul Payne about the city's FY26 budget and to hear their input on where they would like to see funds go. To all committee members, I know we are all very busy. One of the requests from some community folks is as much as possible, as long as possible, we can be on there virtually so they can kind of feel like their voice is being heard, understanding that there's a lot of efforts also happening on the weekend. Encourage everybody to please, as long as you can, not only attend, but to stay on to hear from the general public. As well as I know our we'll be going as we stay on the state level markup, but amendments come Monday before we hear from do amendments. We'll hear from the public on that. I may change our meeting time from 9:30 to 9 o'clock, depending on Monday, June 2nd, depending on a response back to hear from a department to return in front of budget to see if they can come Monday at 9 right before the public testimony so that we can hear from them and ask questions and then do amendments. If there are any other announcements outside of, also want to wish again the Alderwoman from the 6th Ward a happy 25th birthday as she's turning 25 today. 25. Yes, I said 25. Happy birthday, Alderwoman. Madam Clerk, please not excuse the Alderwoman from the 12th Ward. And with that, I will take a motion to adjourn. Moved by the Alderman from the 5th, seconded by the Alderwoman, seconded by the birthday Alderwoman of the 6th, that we adjourn. All in favor, aye. Opposed?
I'm not opposed to it.
Motion carry.
1, 2, 3, 4. Mic check. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4.
We will now convene the Wednesday, May 14th, 2025 Public Infrastructure and Utilities Committee meeting, and it is actually the 28th, excuse me. What a month. All right. We're happy to be here today. Just to get started, Madam Clerk, could you please call roll?
Alderwoman Boyd. Alderwoman Clark. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard.
Here.
Vice Chair Schweitzer.
Present.
Alderman Devoti. Chair Browning.
Present.
Alderman Devoti. We have 4 present. We have a quorum.
With that, we will move on to the approval of the minutes. I will accept a motion to approve the minutes from Wednesday, May 14th.
So moved.
So moved.
Hearing a motion from the Alderwoman from the 10th and a second from the Alderwoman from the 1st. Madam Clerk, could you please call roll?
Alderwoman Boyd.
Aye.
Alderwoman Clark Hubbard.
Aye.
Vice Chair Schweitzer.
Aye.
Alderman Devoti. Chair Browning.
Aye.
Alderman Devoti. We have 4 aye votes.
With that, the minutes are approved. Now we will move on to item number 4, board bills for review. We have a single item today, and that is board bill number 20, introduced by Alderwoman Laura Keys. Alderwoman Keys, you are now recognized on item number 1, board bill number 20.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. If I could please have the clerk to read the summary.
Board Bill 20, introduced by Alderwoman Laura Keys, co-sponsored President Green. An ordinance authorizing the honorary street name Costello Way pursuant to Ordinance 68937, which shall begin at the intersection of Laclede Avenue and Vanderbilt Avenue and run east on Laclede Avenue to the intersection of Laclede and Grand Boulevard.
All righty, thank you. So Doctors Costello, Mr. and Mrs. Costello, have both worked at St. Louis University. As you know, Dr. Costello, the Mr., was or is still the president or chair at St. Louis University. They will be moving on shortly, and so to honor their service, we would like to rename a stretch of Laclede Avenue Costello Way. St. Louis University, who owns most of that land, there are no houses in that area. They have provided a letter of support for this.
Well, thank you. And just to be clear, we're giving it an honorary name. We're not renaming it. It still will be Laclede, but
Absolutely. It's an
name.
honorary street naming.
And with that, I'll see if the committee has any questions. We'll go by order of seniority, starting with Alderwoman Boyd.
That's a big honor to me. I see no objection. I support this.
Thank you, Alderwoman. And Alderwoman Clark Hubbard?
No questions, thank you.
Alderwoman Schweitzer?
No questions, thank you.
I, too, do not have any questions, although I would like to be added as a co-sponsor, as Mr. Costello, Dr. Costello, is a constituent of mine, and we love to have him and his wife in the ward, and I'm very excited to do this honor for them. I think this is a very nice gesture, so thank you for bringing this forward, Alderwoman, and with that, you are recognized to close.
Thank you all so much. I would ask for your favorable consideration for the honorary street naming of Laclede, it to be Costello Way, but it'll also still be Laclede.
Thank you. And with that, I'll accept a motion to recommend Board Bill number 20 for a due pass recommendation.
So moved.
Moved by the Alderwoman from the 13th, seconded by the Alderwoman first, and a call for previous roll. Hearing no objection, congratulations, Alderwoman Keys.
Thank you so much. Y'all have a great day.
And with that, Madam Clerk, do we have any Resolutions for review,
We have none.
committee discussions,
We have none.
and any written testimony.
We have none.
Does anyone on the committee have any announcements? Seeing none, I will accept a motion to adjourn.
We haven't excused.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for reminding me, Madam Clerk. I'd like to excuse Alderman Devoti for necessary absence.
Is there a motion?
I don't think we need to have a motion. Would you? I just, as chair, will excuse him. He gave advance notice. And with that, I will accept a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Moved, seconded, call for previous roll. Hearing no objection. We are adjourned.